Howdy, welcome, and good evening to another Monday afternoon. Oh, God, I forgot to stretch my back. That felt good. Disco Elysium! Hooray! Still with us, Disaster Cop. How are you doing? Because I'm doing just fine. I had a lot of banana bread this evening. It was delicious. Also had to drink a bunch of water. Can't forget to drink a bunch of water. Maybe. I do have to say something. Between last week and this stream, I did a little bit of, let's just say save scumming. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's save scumming. I reloaded a previous save because I missed something I really wanted to do. Something involving shooting down the corpse in the middle of the courtyard. Well, two things there, because I really wanted to do something with that, but I didn't. Wah! And the last save was before I beat the shit out of Mesherhead, so I beat the shit out of Mesherhead, went through the small office, walked around the... Oh, what is this? The dockyard? Something like that. One of those words. Met with Leo, accidentally learned some new information I didn't on my previous save. About some assistant that's also a very good lawyer. I don't remember her name. I spoke to Evrard again. Did basically the same dialogues. Went back around. Finished all my thoughts I had. And started investigating the corpse. But also three other things. One of them is I actually managed to get a trigger for a Shivers conversation that I didn't get on the previous stream. And I kind of feel like it'd be really good to know, because it's a lot of information about Martinet. Like, I really want to read it. You were cooking? You gotta tell me what you're cooking. Just fine. If you're cooking banana bread, then that is a good idea, because I had a lot of banana bread and it was delicious. And I'm also about to read a conversation that I got of Shivers in-game after I save scummed and went back to the past for a little bit for something yada yada. But I got a conversation that didn't see it on the previous stream, and I'm gonna read it now because I don't know if you can get it again. Shivers. Winter's grip on the city is loosening. The spring thaw is here. Finally, what now? Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain, while the city shivers around you. What is in the west? Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave, washing the coast of Martinet, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken seafort crumble on an inlet. Beyond the Bay of Revachol, ghosts rise into the sky. Who are you, ghosts? The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there? says Inland Empire. Will I? Shiver says no. You're just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day. Yeah, I know, it's just no real point in not showing it. Because I'm not actually looking at something in-game. I'm reading something that happened off-stream. But I guess I might as well put it on the main menu. Where was I? Right. What's down the shore? Whole city, end of all lines. Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Your hair is an oily mess, flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. What's in the east? There's a frit on the corner. A plastic coat is folded into a small triangle under the counter by the window. Beyond that, the strikebreakers have gathered. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide. Shake your shoulders again. You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza snow. Two green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza. What's in the north? Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in the war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapsed from the mortar heads of a war that was lost long ago. Clothesline go to waste in the rain. Radios play. And closer to here? A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks. What's in the south? A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised. What's on the other side? The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete column, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snow melts in Jamrock. What is Jamrock? Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. Inland Empire says it's home. Why am I not there? To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the widest part of town. In the shadow of the day the revolution failed. What am I doing here? Standing in the rain, looking north where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland. Where do I live? On a street there that flows like a muddy river in the snow, with fire traps rising on either side. A film rental opens its doors to the rain. An armored motor carriage rushes past the corners where you used to walk together. Suddenly, the hair on your back rises. You cannot return. Shudder, look further. In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands, perched above the motor exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. What's above? Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears. What's below? Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater, hidden weapon caches from the Revolution, doors leading down to Le Royaume, the catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead. Motherfucker. Kim says this rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we're dressed for it. Keep moving. Boy, that took a fucking while to properly read. I'm using the website that has every single motherfucking conversation in the game. It's a good website. Kinda hard to navigate though, because most of it has, how do I say this? A lot of the pieces of conversations have multiple checks in them, checking different aspects of have certain events happened already, or are your stats good enough for something else to pop up? So trying to read like the lines of code meaning something or other, that takes a bit of time. Still, a fan-fucking-tastic website. Oh boy. What else? There's a body.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. On his chest, a fading web of tattoos. The cargo belt used to hang him from the tree looks reinforced.
So, how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
We've been thorough. Do you have a plan for getting him down?
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
Maybe we could shoot him down?
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
I don't know, just, shoot up there maybe?
Yes, the buckle, where it ties the cargo belt to the tree. If the shot hits that, then there might be a small chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
Take the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst thing that could happen?
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
"A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's test was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight."
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe? No, it's okay, man.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
He looks around at the windows overlooking the yard.
Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You're eating burgers. That's a thing I forgot to ask. What were you making? Burgers, cut. Well, now I am envious. God, we have burger patties in the freezer. At another time.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
Can I have the gun? I should try.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks.
Yes, but I couldn't answer. Oh, right. Well, thank you for answering now. He pauses, then shrugs, and proceeds to load the pistolet.
Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
Peace shines in his outstretched hand.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Take the gun.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani poika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
He'll await first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, an A9 Armistice, before. At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels comfortable, like you never laid it down.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your finger.
Point the gun at the belt.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
'Cause I am a little bit nervous about this. Close your left eye first.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the noon light as the corpse slowly rotates.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
58, come on.
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Who killed you?
Communism.
What?
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from. Only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
How did I do that?
By being a damn good shot. Ace is high.
The lieutenant raises his right hand, waiting for you to slap it.
You could add an ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another.
Slap it and wait for an ace's low.
The high arrives with a sharp slap. As you turn around, there is a moment of doubt. Feels like that low ain't gonna connect. Chill. It's gonna connect. But then it does, and with furious precision. The lieutenant is not one to leave an ace's low hanging.
Hell yeah!
I knew these guys were
I'm like half tempted of saying that, but I don't want to upset him. Come on. What
We will
now?
perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
I think it'd be fun being a Dullahan. What's a Dullahan? Because I can't really remember. No, I can't remember.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells. The fall seems to have released something deep inside it.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Wait, field autopsy?
Yes, the 4 phases of a murder scene. 1. Investigation of the scene. I can't say I'm satisfied with that part yet. We should search for prints, maybe. And a trash container too.
Oh,
So-
right.
Initial examination of the victim. We were pretty good in our efforts, and the autopsy will provide another chance.
Humanoid creatures that can take off their head and control their body while it's off. Damn, I didn't know it as that specific thing had a name of its own. Two thoughts. One, I'm immediately flooded by the various amount of, cartoon scenes where something like that happens, where the head is trying to control an kind of out of control and directionless body. That gag was always funny. Two, would I like it would definitely be funny. I could watch TV while I wash the dishes. I could get really low to the ground without having to lay on my side, by just popping my head and putting it really close to the ground. I could look at something that is really high up, by lifting my head up. Oh man, the conveniences are endless. I could put my head in a separate pillow while I sleep. That way I don't have neck cramps the next morning. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I like this. I like this very much. Oh man, it'll be super fucking convenient. I see no downsides whatsoever.
3. Field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed on the scene.
The fuck are they on about?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up next.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, this stinks.
Don't you have someone else for the autopsy? Like a doctor?
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup, we do it all.
Yes. I feel like a detective.
Your station would not have assigned you the case otherwise. This case is important.
Alright. Give him back his gun.
I would suggest we interview Everhart and Joyce, the leader of the union and the Wild Pines rep. But we've already done that, so it's up to you, detective. Take us where we need to be.
He trusts you have plenty of things in the task chain lined up.
Boy, do I. aces low. Temporary research bonus. 2 empathy towards Kim Kitsuragi. The Insulindian Civil War was not the first war to see the use of hybrid airships on both sides, but it was the coolest. For an entire decade, folded multi-rotor fighters got into dogfights over Revachol, Ozone, Semenine, and the Arcade Islands, spitting death at one another. They flew over sandy beaches and shot each other out of the azure sky, crashing into city blocks and setting islands' forests ablaze. The Aces Low was a custom among revolutionary brigades, performed after multiple kills. Lieutenant Kitsuragi seems fond of it. Why? It'll take 2 hours and 45 minutes to figure that out.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Do we have anything else that helps with visual calculus? No. I do not. And 27% chances. Ugh.
There are several footprints in...
Leave that for later. In most fantasy media has the Dullahan's body has flames come out of the area where your head is supposed to be. Well, if I'm already able to detach my head, then I'm going to assume other people might be able to do that as well. Because why not? And in that case, I'm going to assume that there are flame retardant materials, so I can sleep with my head detached. The letter R wears a crown. On the ribbon below, a light above descending.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, Whirling-In-Rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash container? You're just a trash container.
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in there? Also, no, just you, and also the flame doesn't burn things. Alright, then I don't have to worry about accidentally burning my bed. Also, it looks cool as fuck. Bonus points.
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Yes, I feel like there's something in there.
What do you mean, feel?
Extrasensory perception, whatever is in there, holds a special significance.
I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here.
What's a remote viewers division?
All the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. Their work is invaluable to the force.
What kind of... Wow, could we get them here?
No, because they don't exist.
I'm so disappointed right now. I thought there was a remote viewers division.
There isn't. But we should still access this container.
How do we get the lock open?
We could try using a pry bar. The one you took from my motor carriage, or...
Did someone say pry bar?
It's not a pry bar, it's a crowbar.
Really? Your muscles are down with either one.
Ah. No, or pry bar.
We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling-In-Rags. He probably has one. And he also has information.
Oh, yeah, alright, fine.
Ask the manager? Bullshit. Go straight for the pry bar and pry this baby wide open.
Fucking why the fuck not? My physical instrument is dog shit, but... Wait, hold on, I have a... Yeah! Yeah!
This trash container is
42%, let's go.
a sliding lid. As you stick the pry bar into the fissure beneath the lid and push down. It doesn't take much force. With a satisfying crack, the metal gives way. You can open the lid now. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Don't I have the premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Open the lid. I wonder if when blender will it become industry standard. It's not? What other 3D modeling and animation software are people using then? Also, what are your ideas on becoming a Dolahan? That's also a very important question. No, it's never been. And what the fuck is everybody in the industry using?
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look under the boxes of carton.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this.
Used to what, dumpster diving?
No, searching for evidence in the trash.
Oh, dive further.
A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Take out the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Ooh.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The
Ooh.
victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Man, I wanted to wear a cool set of jeans.
Drop them in here, officer.
Lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket. Bag the trousers.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Reach.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Bleh.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
Riv-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that,
Thrown out towel, a mug, that's all.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
You think someone from the Whirling might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and this establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Yeah, we need to ask the kids who put them here.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Also, you mean 3D animation, but the standard is Maya. Also, Twitch broke. Damn. Damn on all three of those statements. Trying to think the sentence. Give me 2 seconds. Honestly, don't remember a lot of opinions about Maya. Any general ideas about it? Also, you still haven't given me any thoughts on what will you do with a Dullahan's body. With a Dullahan ability, I mean. Let's proceed.
the lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Take it out.
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
I don't know what this is.
It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
A miserable-looking slip of paper sticks to the board.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
I must have been cramping my style.
Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover operatives, informants. I suggest integrating it into your style, for all our sakes.
Easier said than done. How could this pathetic cabbage of copy paper and plastic ever become très disco?
Okay, I'll do that because I don't want Kim to be mad at me.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
The mug. I'm getting the mug too.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron,
An antique?
only in its social sensibility.
There. The lieutenant briefly glances at the mug, then returns his sight to the trash.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Yay!
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salem Rocky Baye, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Action!
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Yeah. Also, is the game audio kind of low? I mean, the narrator's voice is beautiful, but also kind of whispery. I don't want it to be muffled out. It's relatively hard to learn and costs money, so it's only something you really get into when you're in school or willing to bear the cost. But it's overall better than Blender when it comes to animating. Blender is a kind of a jack-of-all-trades software, where it's not the best software for certain things, but does it decent. Also, it's only gotten this good somewhat recently, the last 5 to 7 years. Which one, Maya or... Someone is trying to grow herbs in this greenhouse. Maya or Blender? Kuno's gonna have a fucking heart attack. Are you okay, kid? Okay, now I'm kind of worried about Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I gotta ask, who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
Blender. Dang. I mean... It's a free software. It's taking them 5 to 7 years to make it good, but they are still making it great, right? What would happen when it does become, or when it could become, what's the word? Industry standard. That'd be an interesting thing.
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Kuno. Sounds like something you'd call a rabid dog.
Yeah, think about it. Think about that rabid Kuno shit.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm. More people probably could get into the industry. Yeah! Oh man, are people not being able to get into the industry because they don't use Maya? That kinda sucks.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
The sound gets louder as the child shouts at the windows overlooking the yard.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's right. Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno fucks you.
Ow.
Bye! Got bugged by the Kuno. We alright? You wanna get fucked again? Come back.
Wow. I got fucking embarrassed by a bunch of kids and I almost had a heart attack. Fun. More people are probably gonna get in this. That's man. Ba-da-boom. Let's talk to Kim. I haven't
Yes.
talked to Kim yet. I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow.
I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
I'm talking deep neurological damage here. I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred on an unprecedented scale.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
A lot of people got into Blender because it's relatively easier to learn and it's cheaper. Being free. It's cheaper than free! Wow! That's a silly phrase. People need to make industry level equality animations and stuff for it to finally be recognized as a notable competitor against Maya. That's the only way it can rise into the ranks of being recognized. Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. Can't remember a single thing.
Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember.
Brief, yes, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling-In-Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate.
I saw a bunch of people doing interesting things with Blender and like 2D animation. Like using like flat puppets, but giving them a 3D edge to it. That always looks interesting. I don't know why that immediately made me think maybe I could get into Blender. The freaking mosquito in my wall. People do, but I don't think that's really how it will get into being industry standard. Then what do you propose?
During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Lender has multiple duty things to it. Damn, it really doesn't take much to start convincing me of something, huh? Oh god, but I still got like a bunch of other shit I wanna be... I will reconsider it when I have the time and not like 3 consecutive illustrations I'm working on. Does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Hold on, what the RCM is?
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
Of course, yes. I understand everything now.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia?
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Off.
It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Ah, so this is a struggle over who runs Martinet.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words.
It has a literal to the end card. It's absolutely gonna be 100 times better than using motherfucking Photoshop. Alright. Next time it's already do some wily ass animation or some shit, I'm gonna open it up on motherfucking Blender.
I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Brouhaha. That's a fun word.
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
So you volunteer to spoil it?
Yes, I am an unrepentant spoilsport.
Lieutenant appears pleased with this. What's special about Martinet?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
That's Shivers. Shivers knows a shit ton about the city. Even though memories does not exist in this man, the Shivers knows. Wonder what this says about me, that I was sent by my station. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make the next move. I was sent to teach you a lesson in style.
Okay. Style me.
I'm about to fucking embarrass myself. I'm imagining me saying this and a comedic close-up onto my body looking like a fucking bozo. You should ease up a bit. You need more looseness.
No, I don't. I used to. Plain clothes did the trick. For both of us, it seems. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
Okay, enough of the competition then.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Oh, but why did the 41st send me? I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together. We have more rapport.
That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
That makes him a Beano-clad, completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
I'm not gonna call him a Beano. Glasses are cool.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
You're only making it sound uninteresting. Still want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
He seems almost proud of these things. Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Trying to find the name, but why don't you try out Krita? Krita. Oh, Free and open source application, It's an option. It's free. But I don't really have much of a problem in the side of illustrations with Photoshop. I mean, this Photoshop is also free because it downloaded it illegally. I like already kinda got used to it. Maybe it's just laziness of me. But I'll keep it into consideration. I definitely need to write these names down. I will ask again.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. It's like you're locked down.
What's happening to me?
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands.
Wow, it's a legendary authority check. That's... wow. You mean for animating, since I hear it's good for animating. I can't deny that the idea of having some 3D elements isn't tempting. Oh boy, I got two options then. I am never gonna learn anything
The
about Kim.
lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Transparent sidecar, another bot, is now dead. So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
Well, that's all for now then.
Good. Let's change the subject.
I'm not gonna be an idiot. I'm not asking why he's following me. Oh boy, I have a lot of shit to do. Bleh. For example, this thing.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Maybe it's kitchen tissue? They look exactly the same.
If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue. It's not though. It's toilet paper.
Leave it there. It's cool.
Cool toilet paper. I mean kitchen tissue.
The clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your fingers across the aluminum.
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
Lieutenant, is this one of the hologram watermarks you mentioned?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Your kill count. Yours will surely have your kill count.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like, for example...
All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Browse the white papers.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What is in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20 maybe 30 cases. Undertaken. Not completed, mind you. What do you mean? Is that all?
That's it?
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more. Judging by the creases on your forehead and the lines on your cheeks, too much more. Going back years, decades even.
Good lord, how long have you been a cop? There was a mention of a naming convention here?
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Oh my, and they're written in capital letters too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
More?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout.
Dear.
You like this grimy murdering, don't you? Wish there was one in there about a drug den. You love those. Gets the blood pumping.
Electrochemistry, how are you popping up consistently?
It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Can my cases appear to be employing some kind of naming convention?
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one, with titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have named the case The Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one The Man with the Hole in His Head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Damn. I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely one more.
Damn.
15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish.
Commit to paper using the pen Lena gave you.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager.
Cross out the ones you've already finished.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. And a fuck you to you too. That last one cuts a slash right through the paper.
Yeah. Blind gunslinger. Blind gunslingers. Blind gunslinger. I feel like I have seen a blind gunslinger in media before. Or maybe I'm mixing a couple of details wrong. There have been blind vigilantes, blind fighters, blind badasses. You have? Okay, now you actually have to share it.
You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels good. Feels like completion.
Oh boy, this was fantastic for my morale.
Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
I don't know why I can't be an idiot with Kim. The Hanged Man.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now.
It makes me happy to hear him happy.
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Done inspecting these.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Not yet. Browse the yellow papers.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out.
What types of forms are these?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
Misconduct fine.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields.
Maybe I could find somebody and then get enough money for repairing the room.
These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute.
Hehe. Field autopsy.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs, color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organs.
Enough of these.
Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys.
Wow.
The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper.
Look at the clipboard.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What did you say the color was?
Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
All right. Shake the ledger.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside? Light, made of paper or cardboard? Or dried flowers, perhaps?
Peek inside.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's pain in there, if you want some. That much you know.
Yeah. How would I open it?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Sure.
Is not what you end up doing.
Damn it.
You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend it some. Then crack it. The goddamn thing is stuck.
Damn it.
A hot flash of rage comes over you. For a moment there, before it recedes, you feel as though you might just squeeze a tear of anger out of your duct. Makes you wonder, why? The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly afraid of you for some reason.
Smell it.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
I'm looking at the images you just sent. He is discarding the guns after he's done using them. How many, He's ricocheting the bullets, so the shield setup isn't just a defensive tactic. Also, why? How many fucking guns does he have? But also, fuck yeah, I love the style. Coat over the shoulders. Loosened tie. That is a man that knows what the fuck he's doing. Love the guy.
You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axle, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
Which toilet would that be?
Remember when I said the smell of the upstairs bathroom was so rank they should have sent a poet to describe it?
Is sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of a toilet cleaner a line this poet might have used?
Why, yes it is. Among many other things. This cleaning tablet is used by the Whirling-In-Rags. Perhaps that's where the ledger was dropped in the toilet. By you.
Alright, well. Can I read the case files?
It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
Damn. He had to bring as many guns as he could because of who they are fighting. How many guns can a single person own? And how the fuck does he fit them all? Hello.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
What is this fuck the police business?
Excuse me?
The street sign says fuck the police.
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
It's alright, I didn't mean to startle you.
Okay.
No, I'll have to run. That's an American, so yeah. That immediately explains a bunch of things. Royal Pinball Machine is unplugged. Sign reads, S Hall reserved for Union members. Doors open, 16 o'clock. Inside you catch a glimpse of Union paraphernalia, strike poster, and some red pennants. Don't mind if I do. Water cooler. Large bubbles rising to the surface. Menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. The kitchen is open. Dishes are drying. They smell of chemicals and pine trees.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek.
What? So can you provide any other information about this multiple blind gunsman wielding gunman from America? That was a horrible butchered sentence.
It must be his name. Garancy. Garancy Kubek. Sounds representative.
Logic, you're fucking stupid. But Grazie, I have some questions to ask.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Got some impressive pots here.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. Aroma of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's painted blue.
He's a war veteran. No, he was blind before the war. And they still let him into the army. Huh.
You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Was he already that good that they would let him in?
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe.
He was that good. Good lordy.
The door does not budge.
Wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
It's part of the Whirling-In-Rags. There's something about this place that makes me want to know.
Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation.
The door and the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation.
If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Sorry, I'm still, full of, questions about this
help you?
fucking gunsman. He looks fucking cool. I love him. I found the victim's clothes in the trash container out back.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
He briefly becomes unblind before losing his vision twice. What do you mean twice? Or do you mean by a second time? How do you lose it twice? How do you lose your eyesight and then lose it again? Like while already being blind. Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue state.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Could someone on your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Twice. Elaborate. Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Thank you, Shivers, as well. Let's talk about something else.
Yes?
Seen something about here at the Whirling Guard I think I need to talk about.
What thing?
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
You know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
Yeah, I get it.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
The character had the power to copy any other character's powers who see in him as a threat. They go away after a while, but we don't know how long. And he copies a power that gives him his vision back, loses his vision, and copies another power that allows him to gain his vision back, then loses them again. Ah, so he gained sight, lost it, regained it again, lost it again. Okay. I was thinking more on the fact that he gained sight again, lost it, and somehow lost it again without having it in the second place or third place. Like, that would have been silly. How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It's after 4 p.m. The sign said reserved starting 4 p.m. Why isn't anyone in the mess hall?
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching.
What is that?
They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
Well, there's something else I want to ask about.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Good point. Oh god, the love quest. Oh god, I deeply regret this. So I talked to Sylvie. Wank.
God.
He does not like to please.
Oh, but he should be. Lay it on him.
I don't want to lay that on him. I don't have anything else, like a back button, for example.
Life doesn't have a back button.
No, fucking god, no. Why? That's a whore who likes to ride the conqueror, so.
Wonderful.
It is. It's wonderful.
What? What does that mean? Cock carousel?
Just twirl the inside of your mouth with your tongue.
Huh?
Yeah, this feels right. It feels wise. Good setup. Now speak the real shit.
Oh god, no. Oh god, no. No time for lectures. The point is you're losing on her nasty mind games. Sylvie's a total psycho.
God, does it mean you talked to her? What else did she say about me?
Okay, hold on.
What else do you need?
Absolutely not. You don't want to know.
The man leans his hands on the counter and sighs. His head drops between the shoulders, heavy and defeated.
She broke the bird, The great skewer. I found it on the ground with a broken wing. On the morning she left.
Okay, well, actually, this might have been a good idea.
I should have known. It was her way of telling me to piss off. I should stuff it up my arse.
Yes, the bird is connected to this. It's a symbol of hope, and she broke it.
Why do I insist with the cock arrows? Oh god. Signals, mixed signals, the classic cock arrows. Broken bird feathers, not knowingly, this is all part of the mind fucking the cock. It's fucking.
Cock carousel. I think I understand now. That's what they ride until, 39. They ride the cock carousel until the clock runs out. Here, have the rest.
He corks the bottle and hands it to you. We have alcohol.
Now, let me have a drink and think about this shit for a moment. On my own.
He stares into the blood-red liquid in the cup.
And there we have it. Isn't that beautiful? Another situation fixed by Dr. Love.
So fucking sleazy. Well, but at the very least, that's something new I actually learned. Speaker is connected to the radio. Music is seasoned with static. Beautiful little static. Big old karaoke mic. Was waiting for someone to sing into it. This is where the lyrics would be. I have a bunch of shit, right? Oh yeah, booze. I shouldn't drink right now. Oh god. Wow, that's a lot of shit. Wow, I have a lot of shit here as well, later. I'll save it for important situations. Oh wait, I remember there was a thing I wanted to double check. For damages, Los Bull, rest of the armor. Nay, apartment door. We'll close and trash, read the markers. Go down the field dust. God, there was another thing. Okay, so I might have to double check on that one later. Off stream, I accidentally managed to complete a different volition mark that told me about a bunch of couple of interesting facts that Leo, Easy Leo, our favorite old little guy, is doing some tasks, including something relating to special borscht. And that special borscht is indeed very special. And like, it's very, very fucking important that I actually get it in the first place.
The file cabinet stands steady. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Everart's. All items on the list. The drawer slides shut.
This means I definitely need to talk to Leo about it. Running there as fast as I fucking can. Metal cargo belts used for heavy lifting. 1 cent per million. That's the exact same thing that's said on the belt of the Hanged Man. Hi, Leo.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I had some questions for you, if that's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make some more banners?
Oh, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
The little guy chuckles merrily.
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the Whirling-In-Rags.
Who makes the whirling?
Oh, the Whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Looks like the borscht is spiked. I'm gonna look into it.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
I love Easy Leo. What's in the container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Okay, I'm off. Whoops. Now I'm definitely gonna get the borscht. The borscht. That is very, very good for you. And for me. Still to this day, I have no fucking clue what borscht actually means. Go down the stairs. Come on, you can do it. I should probably pick up these things as well. They're gonna be like my main source of income right now. Oh god, there's a lot of things I could be doing here. Oh god, my to-do list is massive. Oh Jesus. I need to open up that door. The weasel's door. I need to talk about the spiked borscht. What else was there? Amazing. I say that I have a lot of things to do and I immediately forget about the rest. Great.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
$2.10. Wow, that's not a lot. Borscht. Yeah, I think that's how it's spelled. Borscht. B-O-R-S-C-H-T. Borscht. Oh yeah, I need to get a load on the halogen lamps.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Kim, how do I turn on the headlights?
Alright. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
Press engine start.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time.
Yes, that borscht.
That sound, you feel the wind in your hair as if you're already driving. But where?
Yeah, where?
Down a narrow street, lined with shabby wooden houses, the 881 motor tract, coiling like a serpent high above. Children play under the viaduct. Eyes turn to watch you as you pass.
It's a soup. Any more information? Like, you can't have a very special name if it's just a soup. It has to be some soup. What's ahead?
The Valley of Dogs, and before it, a familiar dome, like a ladybug without the colors. The building has a designated parking place for your carriage. This is Precinct 41, as close as you have to home now. It's far away.
Welcome, Esprit de Cop. Haven't seen you in a while. made of beetroot, tomatoes, cabbage, meat, and other stuff. Beetroot, 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 beetroot. Oh! Ooh, yeah. Okay, I am very, very familiar with beetroot. Oh god, that sounds fucking delicious. Good lord, I want one.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
Forgot the main two things about the blind gunslinger, aside of the fact that he's blind, he's American, and has access to like 1 billion motherfucking guns?
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Also, before I forget, the noise the kinema made when you turn it on, the engine, first of all, didn't sound like a normal car engine. It sounded more like someone doing like one of those riffs or something on an electric guitar going. A noise, you can make that with a guitar. Also, that is the same fucking noise you hear when you wake up. Same fucking noise. Just wanted to point that out.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Look at the shimmering street grid.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Wait, look around you.
A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez.
Smells the air and says, "Where are we on this?" Point to the halogen map.
Let me see.
Takes the ledger for a moment and inspects it.
Right here.
Says, finger near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. Seems nice,
No, it does not.
the lieutenant says without optimism. Oh, look at the perforations. First he lied about his power and said his power was to make things hit their mark, and also he has a duel with one of the most skilled characters since they are billions of years old, and wins! Okay, 2 questions. What is his power then? And 2... Wait, his power is to take other people's abilities, right? Yeah, to copy any other character's powers. He absolutely fucking lied about that. Fantastic. He win the duel by... Yeah, no, how did he win the duel?
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the different rows.
The first row has 18 dots.
Not bad.
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
Oh. That is his power, but no one knew. At the time. At some point, it was discovered. What about the next one?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
He won the duel because he's skilled. Pure fucking skill. God, he sounds cool as hell.
There are so many It's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations. As you look at them, you feel your index finger reflexively contract 3 times.
Seems like something I've done before.
And something you'll do again before this is all over.
Imagine giving a blind man who's already that skilled his vision. I feel it would mostly be like a shock. How did he adapt? How did he adapt to from nothing to everything? Hey Kim, what do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
It wasn't that big of an adaptation. So it didn't really make that big of a difference? Like... what did you do before you volunteered? Wait, 18 years I found this?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Got drunk like a megastar?
Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Revachol. But let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see.
I mean, it wasn't that big of a hurdle to adapt to. He is very skilled. He would be able to adapt very quickly to new situations. Oh god, now I'm starting to think it's like he went into overdrive mode.
Wow, more than 200.
He wears cowboy spurs, so they make sounds whenever he moves and sort of does like echolocation. Don't worry about the logistics. I am now gonna stop worrying about the logistics, because that's gonna take me way too long.
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
See, Kim? I told you I was a superstar cop.
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row.
You know the answer already. The tingle in your index finger gave it away.
Those are my confirmed kills. 3 of them.
That's right. How did you know?
Because I felt a twitch in my index finger.
Ah, right. Sometimes the brain's able to preserve certain responses even when conscious memory has been, let's say, misplaced.
Say that again? He's already extraordinarily skilled without his sight. With his sight, I am starting to form the idea that he might become like if somebody had become supercharged. Like a super boost for a time. Something like that? Also that I should stop worrying about the logistics of echolocation because how... no. Well... It would definitely help to figure out the type of terrain. Maybe. But they jingle around the back of his head. How much would that noise get into his... See, I really need to stop thinking about the logistics or else I'm gonna be here forever.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
Huh.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
He can still use it with his fight. The echolocation? Then I repeat, supercharged. Now a new source of information coming from his eyes. Unstoppable. It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
He says, declining to elaborate. Fair enough. How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others.
He gives you a meaningful look.
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
Hehe. This is so stupid. Should I pour one out for the boys, the fallen? Ow.
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
Pour one out on the ground, ceremonially.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema. Honorably done. You have given up some of your own blood for theirs.
Here's to you, honored dead.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
Thanks for this.
The lieutenant nods.
Okay, let's go.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Oh, damn it. I had a thing, but I ain't got now. I'm sorry, if he's so motherfucking skilled, then why doesn't he just reload the guns? Or is it a case of no time to reload, gotta keep shooting? Like, he definitely has the ability to reload. If he's that skilled, he doesn't have any problems reloading a gun. So why doesn't he? Wow, it's starting to snow. Because that takes time. Fair enough.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hi.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Oh yeah, there it is. Like I said, it's because this person they're fighting. What kind of person requires... what's the word? Constant firepower. No. A constant stream of bullets. There you go, that's probably better.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
My god, I am as dumb as a brick. Don't be ridiculous, I know all these things.
You're fooling nobody.
Don't you sass me.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What is your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because? Also, someone who has the moniker of the God of Victory. Important question. Self-imposed or given by somebody else?
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
I should have a word with the store owner, maybe? I'm not gonna...
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Shouldn't I be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
The moniker of God of Victory was given to him by other people. Alright, then at least we're not dealing with an egomaniac. Unless the guy is also an egomaniac.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Ass up.
I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
Sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this. Narrow your eyes and look through the creaking boards on the windows.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there.
That's really lame. You should definitely explore your house. Oh, Undead Unluck. And what's the name of the gunslinger? Or his title? How does this curse manifest itself? You know how I said someone is 1 billion years old? Is the God of Victory 1 billion years old, or...?
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
Oh wait, are we talking... What, bleh? Did the gunslinger actually beat... Undead? Because Undead definitely fits the bill of 1 billion years old. It came the plasmic manifestations.
No such thing.
Oh.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Struck your chin. Enough about the curse. For now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
Gunslinger's named Billy. Billy the Kid. And his ability is unfair. As in, it's not a fair ability, or is the title of the ability unfair? Also, wait, how does stealing somebody else's power count as being unfair? What's this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Why wouldn't anyone want to read about crime?
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
It's unfair that he can hold multiple negator abilities at once. Wait, huh? Okay, first of all, he's a gunslinger. Now he is multiple negational abilities? Bleh. Bleh. I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
Ah, well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
She points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. Used to be exactly like that Mullen guy, then I decided to live a little.
What's that mean?
You know, cut loose, raise hell, blow off steam.
And everything's better now, sir?
Yes.
That's great, sir.
I have other questions.
More about books, maybe?
Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
That he can copy ability. Multiple negator abilities from copying them. Okay, hold on. What's the range on the copying? Like, I mean, he can hold multiple negator abilities if there are multiple negator ability users around, or... Roar. Now I fought another person who was billions of years old. There were two at the time, but the original undead is the other one who they needed to take all precautions with, especially since he can die. Wait, there were two undeads?
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Can I become famous by reading one of those books?
I don't know about that, but I imagine life is great when you're famous.
They're all dogs.
Wow. He can copy abilities of those who see him as a threat. Even if they are very far away, if they think about him... If they think about him and think, yeah, that guy is still a threat, but he's far away, then he can still copy that ability? He can hold only 6 abilities. Fitting. Like 6 chambers in a regular revolver. Those famous people sound like a bunch of dorks.
Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Never mind, I literally had nothing else to say.
Okay.
Bye. See you, Annette. There were 2 undeads after the first, quote, died, unquote. Wait, so there was 1 undead, then that undead died, somehow, and then there were 2 undeads? Just going to copy what I typed before. Yeah, probably for the best. A lot of information.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books.
Wow. So keep, tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they so popular?
Blood and violence, Scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Sounds good. Which one should I start with?
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjörndalaman, the man from Hjörndal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
I don't have money. Character had the power to copy any other character's powers who seen him as a threat. They go away after a while, but we don't know how long. Right. Gift books and molten candy. Gross. Goes away after a while. Anybody has seen him as a threat?
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
I haven't been asking anybody for money, but I'm not gonna do that. But with an artifact, someone used an artifact to erase his memories and personality, but his power viewed it as a form of death. So it made... hold on. Oh yeah. So it made the second undead inside the same body. Inside the same body. I think I'm starting to remember something about that. That it's like they are actually two people.
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Your daughter's the one standing outside of the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
I don't like you, Plaisance. Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
I'm not gonna grade a human being. I don't do that.
Come now. It's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. I'm not doing that. I'm not going for the communist right. I'm trying to see if I can worm myself into the capitalist one. The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends, how much do you pay the kid?
Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
I guess I was mistaken.
Indeed. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
There are two people, and when the card is taken out for some time, the original undead comes back. Wait a minute. Wait another minute. Okay, so that's what the original undead looked like. And then this guy fought him. I mean, Billy the Kid fought him. Okay. And if you take off the card, that same guy that is seen fighting against Billy the Kid comes out. Right? I mean, comes back. Right?
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go. Get back there. The books await you.
Yes, interesting. Very hard to put the card back in. Has anybody tried to take it out?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
What is wrong with you, lady?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Farewell for now, big puddler.
Hey. Psst.
Me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Damn it, one mention of communism and already here.
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Love has worked out really well for me. I'm a love winner.
Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted by human beings. Is that right?
How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Since some mildly left-wing things, but none of those.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
Andy himself multiple times. If he does it briefly, he can get the experiences of Victor. The victor of all the battles, because he's undead. But he can't keep it out for too long. But besides that, no, because everyone knows they cannot beat him. They don't do it because they are not stupid.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Too tiring, don't have time, and then me, I'm beat down and broken. Bye.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. Did someone mention cocaine? Are we doing cocaine? No. I'm sure I heard someone say cocainism. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then, lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
Goodbye, communism. What a silly thought.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
What is wrong with you?
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand has closed around her pendant. Her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Wait, sorry for that. This is about the curse. That's why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I do not care. You can't stop me. I'll open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Lies. Rip them open, we say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Rip them apart this time for realsies.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Wait, one of the two between Andy and Victor, one of them was kind of fucking apathetic and the other one was goal-oriented. Which one was which? I think it's been a while since we talked about them.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
Meow, 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 meow. Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. What if you just break it down?
Maybe I should break it down. But not before I strategize.
That's right. Take in your surroundings. You need to have a solid ground and a proper posture if you want to succeed.
Check your posture.
Steady breathing. Solid core. You've got this. With one shoulder forward, you're ready to smash into the door like a battering ram.
Check your surroundings.
The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish. But the path to the door is clear.
And what about the door?
It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. It should be doable. Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed-out, dark echo.
Let's do it. Ouchie.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
Yay!
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Smash into the door and shout, "Fuck, it hurts!" Yeah!
What is this place?
It's an adventure.
No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray of streetlight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Ace's Low.
Oh,
For the rest of the world, the Ace's Low is just some cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hot-fixing your burning aerostatic. You should ask him about this.
yeah. Some kind of superstar. First, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar in the groupie sang cocaine, riddled with hepatitis C, strikes a lionesque pose with a Mick kind of way. You're not Guillaume Lemillon or Davy Dewis, no. You're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect, or want, to see it. Where some would say it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. It won't take too long. Also, my logic is at a -1. I am so fucking stupid. Wow. Sandestrom, I forgot about the borscht. Oh no, the kitchen is about to close. I need my borscht. No sane person would ever put their head into such a machine. The kitchen has to be open at this hour, right? It's not even dinner time. Or it's exactly dinner time. It's exactly dinner time. Holy moly.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Leo said you're friend with Manana. Is that true?
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
What is in the borscht you're making there? Point to the large pot.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak.
Yes.
Borscht need more vodka?
Picks up a bottle from the shelf.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself.
Yes. Turn the vodka up.
He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew.
Could I have some of the brew?
He smiles and nods enthusiastically, and, chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup, then hands it to you.
Hell yeah. You know what's behind the door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. Now this borscht is a very special borscht. It has 4 uses. Oh my god, I thought I only had 3. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking good borscht. But I don't think I should be drinking while on the clock. Seems kind of irresponsible of me. Not that I'm a super responsible person in the first place, but... I should be examining a dead fucking body. What am I doing? Smells like leather and sweat. Ooh, shot put ball. Also says Sitius, Fortis. The rest is worn off. Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. A memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
I'm gonna be a little bit of a shit and...
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens.
Look at the bottle.
Light reflects off the thermal cup. The borscht may not look like much, but doubtless it'll get the job done. Better pop it open before it gets cold. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it.
Open the bottle.
There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now.
Hell yeah. What'll be the repercussion if I take that sip?
Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, you'll be strong as an ox.
Take a sip.
A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
Nice.
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Alrighty. Now, Alyssa has somehow been patched out, or something like that. Why is my endurance as a 4? Huh, that's weird. Boost increases physique by 1 point, but this Porsche increases it permanently. Unlike normal boosts, which only lasts for...
The barbell waits patiently on the
certain amount of time. Yeah, no, fuck it, let's go.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game.
Say nothing. Revel in the feeling. Woo, boy!
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to. Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here?
Good technique.
Hey, thank you. Hee.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Flashlights go in hands? Stare at your hand uncomprehendingly.
Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them.
That makes so much sense.
Right. Now let's get to it.
Hee. Okay, I don't need borscht right now. I need light. Woo! And it follows where I'm pointing it. Blocked by old wood window panes and debris. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Large demijohn full of strange liquid. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs. They remind you of blades. Free money. Naked mannequin torso. Strange yellow color. But where are the clothes it used to display? Blue velvet. Soft to the touch. Moth-bitten. Skis with slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. Steel rotor blades bearing a slipstream logo. Production schedule filament memory.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspect the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Tell me the welkin. This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? So many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
It's been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine. a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. So much pain, back pain, neck pain, headaches, carpal tunnel, chest pain. No gym membership can make up for working in this manner.
What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
Tenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
I have that thing.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Heat death of the universe. You'd want Kenzie's power. Refresh my memory on who Kenzie is. God, I really feel like I've heard it before.
The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise."
Finger girl from Ward. Surveillance and counter-surveillance tinker. I think I'm remembering. God, there's still a lot I don't remember though.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient.
Cameras and stuff. Was it the one that made cameras with eyeballs? There was one like that, right? But I feel like there was one like that. What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
She made a camera that you can stick into your eyeballs. Like contact lenses or a more painful way of sticking it in your eyeballs? This must be an elaborate piece of art.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Looks like a surveillance program. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Wait, who's the Game Master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara.
I love the fucking accent. I love the accent in this fucking game. It's beautiful.
My god. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Mm-hmm. Cost of Erdwith alone must have been huge.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Oh boy. Scribbled across a notebook. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. This leads outside? I want to check this thing out first.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
He sounds surprised and a bit cautious.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
You think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Apparently I do, so...
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Fair enough. Play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making a sound. It's probably some alien CO-like technology.
You had a call. Hopefully nothing bad. I have now found a machine. A computer. Also, this is whole place's game studio, making an RPG that you could connect via radio waves. It's fucking cool. And also doomed from the start because they don't have enough. They ran out of money real quick.
The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Ah, right. Thanks for the explanation.
That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
I'm really bad at password. Can you give me a hint?
No.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
The voice in the machine asks again. She sounds cold in the damp air. I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Something a criminal would do. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
One moment.
Hear her flip through a catalog before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
And what's that? This interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
Oh. What are you? A machine? Or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Like a very thin needle that curves around your eyeball. I'm glad that I read the rest of the sentence because my first thought is... boink. Inside the eyeball. Ugh. But still, I don't know that... well, maybe... Ugh. It'd be like getting a hair stuck inside your eyelids. I don't remember that ever happening to me, but I can definitely feel like it could have. Blech. Wait, how... Okay, now I'm starting to think that's kind of similar to Arms Master. No, wait, Defiance power. How the hell do you fit a camera so small? Yvonne, my partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station.
Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark.
Thanks, Shivers. That is... Wow, that is such a heavy mental image.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Remove the production schedule.
The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Leave.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How were they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
I don't fully remember how it's described, but like almost of its body is sort of out of reality if I remember correctly. Or folded. Folded out of... How out of reality? That's definitely out of the field of expertise on surveillance and cameras. How the hell do you manage to make a camera, one, so fucking small, and 2, sort of out of reality, or folded.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
Hee.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Imagine reality is folded, so it has a certain shape. Are we talking about Vista here?
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
So this was a role-playing game.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
God, I want to open this fucking cube. Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
This world is cold and lonely. This will keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
A half smile breaks out of his face. He says, looking around the derelict room. The pipes howl and a rat crosses the floor.
Okay, let's keep moving.
So fucking cool. Is she working alongside oh fuck me, I forgot what the name is. The Wardens? Is that how they're calling themselves now?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. This ice bear is a hyper-carnivore. Be careful.
What is this thing? Looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax, Kim, it's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
He relaxes his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the open fridge door.
Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the note from the door.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Yeah. No, she isn't. Then how... I mean, is Vista the one that's folding reality on the little camera? And if not, then how? Examine one of the ice cream wrappers in there.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets as she hops towards the ice cream stand right across the plaza.
Ugh, shake from the sudden cold sensation.
As she makes her way to the market stall, the girl starts crying. A ferocious ice bear is guarding the fridge, its paws raised to ward off any potential customers. Her mother rushes to soothe her, but Fifette doesn't want ice cream anymore. She just wants to go home. The ice bear stares at them as they leave the plaza. A gust of wind flies one of the wrappers right past the sobbing girl.
Thank you, Shivers. I can now imagine why this thing is down here. Vista can't fold reality near paper. Then near people. Then how? Also, oh yeah. Just remembered more about Vista. So they try to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the fridge.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Like you said, don't remember. Damn it all. Ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. Flashlight casts a strange shadow. Hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
There's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay, I do.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifle skim.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
This one looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
His eyes are gleaming. What does this mean? A rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
Neato.
He likes this find.
Yeah. Antique Bill McGrath rifle. Broken Bill McGrath from ages past. It's 4-shot, bolt-action military rifle with a wooden frame. Oh yeah, the note.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Oh yeah, you said you would like the camera girl's power. Why? Kenzie, that's her name. Why would you like it? And also, I'm hoping you're not gonna develop weird cameras that wrap around your eyeballs.
Does it say anything interesting?
The lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Sulislav. Wonder who wrote that note.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe they had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
Remind me again, what's a filament memory?
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
Her other specialty is boxes, which after checking is meant to be her interpretation of terminals. Terminals. Terminals, you say? Wait, isn't she the one that recreated the internet? She is, isn't she? She made a good box and the internet was reborn. I think it was something like that, right?
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
Who's the illiterate ginger kid?
Really? You don't have a single guess?
You mean Kuno?
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Boy, this place is freaking treacherous. Frozen ice cream maker, that's still running. Internet existed already, she just recreated a computer with internet from scratch. Oh. I mean, that still sounds fucking
This
impressive.
orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Man, electrochemistry really likes anything, huh? Try to crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. No, this is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry bar. Don't even try to open it with a regular pry bar. You're just wasting your time. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Yeah, I know. More drugs. More drugs.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Yeah, later. Ooh, insane mesh tank top. Honestly, I'm surprised that the internet already existed after, gold morning and everything. Intercom wires running into the breaker box. Like, it's somehow still there. Inaccessible.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Bleh.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
I'm not sure, King, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? You should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Kick.
A hollow ring echoes through
Ouchie.
the furnace. Your toe hurts. Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die. In a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
I am out of my fucking mind. -1 logic, price of self-delusion. I am so fucking stupid. But wow, the learning caps of everything has raised a lot. Visual calculus, suggestion, electrochemistry, don't really need that one, and composure. Neato. Oh god, there's a lot of them. Implied that it didn't exist for quite some time, but it is brought back up through people developing it, which, considering they were already in the tech era, they just needed to recreate things with the stuff they already had. I'm just gonna unlock this one for later. Slow rebuilding then. God, I keep remembering about all the different fucking things that it's to do in this fucking game. Later. I need to... The body. There's a body in the garden. I need to get the body out of the fucking garden. And, operating hours end at 9, and it's already 8:17. I need to get out of there. Also, very important question. Yes, my physique is still at 6, even though the alcohol has left my body. The Borscht twins, baby. But with or without the terminal part, I could use the surveillance and counter-surveillance aspect of a power. Well, now I have to ask, what would you do with the surveillance and counter-surveillance part? Also this thing, I forgot to mention this thing.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
A car drove through the fence.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow, that makes you feel scared. You don't know why.
Is this connected to the case?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the tracks south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
Started from the front, crashed, went over there, reversed, and reversed, and zoomed the fuck out. Even without the terminology. Right, that.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pits. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being.
Damn. I could use it to get information and mask things about me. I won't spoil anything, so I will just give an example of something pretty sure you've seen in Arc 4. Do share.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy.
Supine. Blech.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Can't get the damned compartment in my ledger open.
The Blue Heart. Oh, that's good shit. You'll love it. Just press down and fuck it open like you always do. Fuck it hard. Copopo the clown.
Alright, buddy.
He means force. It'll work.
Enough.
Come back later, Copo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Huh? Clap your gloved hands. Let's get in there.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
What do you mean?
I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes.
Oh, we just filled this in, right? The red field autopsy form in my ledger?
That's right.
Yay! Open ledger at the little field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
Number 1. Assistant.
That's you.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says,
Well, she's able to create projections that with her cameras can project something it's seen, such as her doing something she's done before, or despite not doing that at the current moment, like her making a doodle when she's actually writing something she doesn't want to be seen. Kinda like a hologram? Like the best way I can mentally imagine it would be a hologram. Number 2, coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815. Next.
Number 3, name.
NA. Next.
Number 4, date of birth.
NA.
Number 5, age.
Roughly 50.
Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Number 6, race.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Number 7, sex.
Fucky!
Shut up.
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Naively, the lieutenant does not double-check your notes.
Number 8, date of death.
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
4th, the 3rd, 51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
11, evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Not so sure.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation.
Yeah, essentially a hologram. Neato! Oh wow, that is a fucking fancy schmancy ability on cameras. Oh fuck. I am internalizing this to my brain. I am not currently reading anything else on my phone. I should really fucking start rereading... Okay, not rereading. Reading Ward already. I'm just gonna...
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed.
Oh god, that's fucking dark.
Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide, the other an accident, the small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
Wow, Jesus Christ, that was fucking heavy. Okay, I have Word open on a tab on my phone. I am definitely gonna be reading it, like, probably tomorrow morning. Technically, part of that involves the terminal powers, and she needs them to collect the recording so it can be projected, and turning it into a 3D image. Hold on. Okay, yeah, sorry, I had to reread it in my mind to make proper sense of it. Alright, yeah, no, that makes sense.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copy paper tries to answer why.
Sorry, my mind immediately went to hiding a camera and then recreating what it saw. Recreating a crime scene that it saw. Came because of the fucking game and the whole lot of fucking talk about dead bodies and investigation. Oof. So I know what a terminal is. In a very vague sense. In a sense that it's a nebulous... I have a nebulous idea of it in my mind. I would not be able to express it into words, so if you would do me the favor, I would accept it. External examination. Summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. Tattoos.
Hands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
The spine is bent more than the lieutenant compensated for. This buster's actual height is about 1.85. And no, you could not take him straight on.
I'm gonna write 1.85 meters, Lieutenant.
Of course, I undercompensated.
Yay!
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Cut your corpse's hair before moving on.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Stroke his hair gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a rag doll's head. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil. More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape. For a fraction of a second you feel something. An irregularity. But then it's gone. Too minute to register in your mind.
What was that, a bump?
What was what? Brilliantine. There's brilliantine in his hair.
God damn it. Write it down, add in the brilliantine.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
For a high velocity, yeah.
Ligature mark.
Lieutenant produces a small folding knife, with the other hand pulling on the the belt. The left. He starts cutting into the polyester. Stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
Oh no.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the yeast. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
How do I have such a... Oh yeah, because I drank the borscht, my physical instrumentality is through the fucking roof. The only way I can lose this is if I roll a snake eyes, so...
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
See, I am not the gambling type. Even if I have a 97% chance, the 3% chance still looms over my head. With worry. God, press down.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
Lieutenant has kneeled closer, running his finger along the dark red groove, until there's a gap.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour, abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
Pulls down the man's on the pants.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch. You should touch it.
What the fuck is wrong with you, electrochemistry? Of course I'm gonna touch it.
Doesn't feel like anything. A cold spot under your gardening gloves. Unremarkable and unalive.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
Oh, your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are all combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
How sad. It is a type of device that stores data that is inputted into it and outputted in whatever way it's desired, such as relaying it, creating more data, performing actions, and etc. Okay. Alright, that definitely makes sense. Wasn't no worries. I was just examining a dead body's penis.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
This is the body of a soldier, a mercenary.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item. Hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand. Input usually are images and recordings for Kenzie. She inputs the data and the terminal then outputs it to a camera that produces the fuzzy hologram. Alright. Yeah, that's how machines work. Yay.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. And your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
We've met before. I've touched your genitals.
That you have, Kobo, that you have. We're real tight that way. In that special way. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
He turns to the side to breathe. It's not enough. He buries his face in the sleeve of his jacket. Internal examination. Summary.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Damn. Nope.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaw. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
He's really doing it. The dead man's teeth cut into his gloved hands.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Thank you, pain threshold.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
All right, thank you, Inland Empire.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
And repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust. I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Same for toxicology and serology.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
Well, the completion in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine.
Shut up. NA and add toxicology request.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with a hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around, to the ground, the pool of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the coarse, bloated lower abdomen, briefly. Write it down. Omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
Number 3, description of injuries. Summary. Good lord, this is a long fucking process.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
The servers need to eat 3 times the food, or 3 bowls with 1/3 of the food. Okay, let's say that... Okay, when you say 3 times the food, let's say 3 times the food for a creature, its size. If it's a massive... If Cerberus is a massive fucking dog requires a lot of food. But with 3 mouths, would it require 3 times the food? No. It's still the same sized stomach. They would still have to serve it plenty of food, so that all of the heads feel satisfied of eating a nice meal. They would also have to have a rigorous exercise regimes as to so that the fat and all the fucking food doesn't just make the dog lazy, since they are eating like not exactly 3 times, but let's say 1.5 more than they should. No. Okay, it doesn't not need to eat 3 times the food. It might still eat 3 times the food, just to keep all the 3 heads, content.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Number 1, bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal. Post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Number 2, contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
I like Kuno. He's a dipshit, but I like him.
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal. Post-mortem.
Right. Next?
What's the 4th injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Understandable. Number 3, ligature mark.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush. What was that about no clawing around the neck? You'd be clawing for your life.
Non-fatal. Post-mortem.
A column of cold air encircles you, rising slowly upward in the shape of a courtyard, bordered by cracked plaster, windows, seagulls perched on air conditioning units.
Feeding time for Cerberus is also a fucking hassle. Again, 3 bowls, 3 very impatient dog minds. And they're all expecting a full meal. It's a fucking hassle. I mean, it's a hassle to... No, well, I was gonna say it's a fucking hassle to keep Cerberus as your own, but I mean, it can also be fun. It'd be nice to have a giant dog with 3 heads. I'm having mental images of Cerberus having a nice day in a dog park. It'd be cute. It'd be cute.
A small green enclosure in the middle of a corral of tenements. Cape-side apartments, Whirling-In-Rags and the fortress wall of Terminal B. Above it, a thin blanket of coastal stratus clouds. Higher yet, coalition airships guard over the 21 cordons of the zone of control. The air is crisscrossed with radio transmissions. The hair on your neck rises.
Was I right?
You were.
Wow, thank you, Shivers.
Why do you say that?
I'm serious. I don't think this was the injury that killed him.
Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Despite having one ass, they shit 3 times as much. And then that's another downside of having a Cerberus. Damn. Blah. Blah, I say. Well, the mental image of a happy Cerberus is nice. It is, definitely, 3 times the hassle of keeping a Cerberus, even if it's only one body. 3 times the hassle of owning a giant dog, but still. Oh god, what if what if 2 of the heads start fighting each other, like, really viciously, like biting and stuff? Oh god, what happens if one of the head accidentally dies? Oh no. Why didn't he claw at his neck when they hanged him? And why did they not tie his hands? A big man like this is dangerous.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrists. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right. There should be signs of struggle. Let's leave the cause of death empty for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
You put a cone on them if they try to fight. Sorry, I was thinking of the logistics. If you put a cone on one of the heads, it's gonna be absolutely uncomfortable for the other heads, since the necks aren't all that separate. The best solution of putting a cone would be in the middle dog, even if the middle dog isn't the one that was trying to fight the others. That way, it keeps all of the dog heads separate. Logistics. Also, they're desensitized from fighting because it hurts them. Fair enough. 3 heads, 1 big ass nervous system. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. They would still be able to fight, but then they would bite, and then, okay, yeah, no, this is bad, this hurts, stop fighting. Okay, eventually they would learn not to fight with each other. Okay. I accept that. What happens if one of the head dies? Oh god, now I'm just completely rethinking about the whole logistics of how a Cerberus works. How did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
Probably need to have it surgically removed. An entire head. Oh yeah, if one of the heads dies. Right. Mentally, I was thinking one of the heads gets chopped off. Like, you wouldn't have to remove it at that point. But no, yeah. Several ways for the head to die. Aside from early amputation.
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Yay!
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
No, not now. What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
Then he looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, then at the corpse again.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried.
Matching a Cerberus with both of its heads chopped off, and it probably would have very wide shoulders. Or one very, very, very wide shoulder and another normal one, depending on which of the two heads was chopped off. Don't some bull pits have like irregularly wide shoulders? Or am I mistaking some other dog that's probably been bred that way? In a horrible way. There's a little birdhouse in this tree. I've noticed that like an hour ago, but I don't know when to mention it. There's a little birdhouse in this tree, and I find that cute. But to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away, my beloved Kobo. A small gulp away. Come back later, Kobo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Search your body one more time, thoroughly. So look in the mound. Didn't establish probable cause. Felt a little bump on the head. Do I mean pit bulls? Probably. It. Bulls. Yeah, like a specific breed of pit bulls that are grown to have like massive shoulders and which one was the dog that was like really weirdly and awfully muscular? There was one. I don't remember which one it was. Oh god. 58% chance. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Hold on. No, yeah, fuck it.
Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
Think you're talking about the XL bully? Beep beep boop, boop beep boop boop. Yeah, that one. Not long, but that is definitely more shoulder than a dog should normally have. That is much more, way more shoulder than a dog normally has. What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Put your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Fuck yeah.
Keep going.
I don't know why I'm holding my breath. I already know what happens here. I've already played the game, but finding it again is like the hard part, and it's still so fucking... God. Ah. Good.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Hi, Kuno. Touch it with your finger, gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem.
Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them.
Feel around first.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
There's a cavity, cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. The cartilage gives in with a crack, like some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Strange fluid streams down your wrist, and then you feel it with the tip of your finger. Ice-cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Blech, 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 blech. Sound alone is fine. Sound and context, blech. Feel a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
Thank you, visual calculus.
This is the irregularity you felt before, the one that was too tiny to register consciously.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Swear to God, snake eyes, and I'm fucking screaming. Ah.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together. Your jaw is clenched. All you need to do is just...
Pull your fingers out.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
Can I have it?
Of course. You deserve it.
Yay!
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Sounds like heaven.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death. and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
The ligament mark, the fractured hyoid bone, it was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dub-dub-a-doop-doop.
Dead.
Agreed.
I have had my doubts for a while now, since I saw there were no signs of struggle on his hands, and no claw marks on his neck.
Why are kids at the crime scene? You mean Kuno and Kunes? Because Kuno was throwing rocks at the dead body because it had been hanging there for like almost a week, and Kunes because Kunes is Kuno's friend, and because the kid's been high on speed for I don't know how long, and the kids has also been calling us F words and all that shit, and it's more trouble than it's worth kicking them out. They just mean like providing color commentary. And by color commentary, I mean they've just been insulting us. But yeah, no, kid high on speed, other kid that is just probably a bad influence on the first kid. Not worth the trouble of getting rid of them. Especially if there's a fucking corpse hanging from a tree. That's definitely the most important thing. Wee. One with a flashlight.
There have been other signs too, small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Why would anyone do this?
To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here.
I think I need to wash myself.
Oh, you really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling-In-Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Maybe the bullet holds more answers.
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Thank you, hand-eye coordination. What happens next?
We put him in a bag and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. The body bag should contain the odor for the duration of the transport. I would drive him to processing, but it's too late to do that today. I'll do it first thing tomorrow. No problem. One more thing. This was really good work, detective.
A little bit of praise heals my morale, because it's really nice that hearing people say that you did a good job. Yay! Drag him to the Kanema.
All right.
He takes out a shiny black body bag and starts pulling the plastic over the dead man's face.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Back the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. Phew. Well, while we're here, might as well.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What do I do with you, Bullet?
What?
I said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Peel the bullet through the bag.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag.
Inspect the bullet closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
And the core?
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Oh, I actually know this.
Yes, it's as if you've seen bullets before, officer.
It's a jacketed bullet, close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Something tells you that won't be any time soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
I mean, my hand-eye coordination is out the wazoo. We have a similar rifle on hand, and we are aware of the name of the antique rifle I found. So,
A rifle, revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique, or a retrofitted antique.
Make?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you, the dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Is anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
Who uses Belmagrave rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
I think I know where this came from.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Belmagrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
Why not?
Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Worth what? Getting shot?
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation.
Yeah, imagine. Have well-armed jam rock bangers started crossing over in Martinez?
Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Well, it has nothing more to say. Oh, I am doing so good. I am doing so good at copying. What the fuck do I do now? Oh, Jesus. Oh yeah, my thought cabinet. Anything else? Do I want to finish Lonesome Long Way Home? Maybe if I need more encyclopedia on me. What else? Renee, rest of the armor. Oh yeah, I should, no. Oh, now. These two are probably asleep now. B for damages. Not gonna happen. Surround possible meaning. Apartment door for Avrar. Oh yeah, this thing. Oh my god. Man, I really haven't explored around. Kuna is still here. I could. Maybe later. Winch mechanism has been oxidizing for some years.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Why am I looking at this pile of roofing material?
Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets. Easy on the eyes. No, there's more to this. You get this strange feeling.
What feeling?
Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones.
Damn it. Where the... Oop, wrong one. Where the hell is this stupid small door? Oh, it's that one. How the hell do I get there? Oh my god, I fucking finished with the corpse on day one, and I still haven't explored the rest of the place. Jesus. Where's my sense of exploration and wonder? Where's my wanderlust? I should talk to Grace more. Talking with Grace is good. Capeside Apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, roundabout north. Inside the frame of a motorcycle in repairs, and the tool used...
Up here, Piggo.
What?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.